Pursuant to the 20th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States, for the meeting of the 119th Congress of the United States, the House will come to order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Gather us together, sovereign God, from the north and south, from the east and west, from the right and the left, and in your mercy, consecrate the work you have called us to do in this 119th Congress. As we convene to establish and uphold the laws of this nation, may we devote our hearts anew to you and stretch out our hands to receive your instruction. With our spirits oriented toward you, may we be willing to put away all selfish motives, any rancorous thought that may harbor within us, and the sin that we too often cling to, and allow no evil or wickedness to gain a foothold in or penetrate this tent of governance. On this day and the days and months and years ahead, may we be found to be free of fault and true of faith and allegiance when we lift up our faces to you. May we, without fear or reservation nor purpose of evasion, stand blameless before you and the people we serve. We ask this and pray your blessing on this Congress and on these United States. In the strength of your divine name we pray. Amen.
The representatives-elect and their guests will please remain standing and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As directed by law, the Clerk of the House has prepared the official roll of the representatives-elect. Certificates of election covering 435 seats in the 119th Congress have been received by the Clerk of the House. The names of those persons whose credentials show that they were regularly elected as representatives in accord with the laws of their respective states or of the United States will be called. The representatives-elect will record their presence by electronic device, and their names will be reported in alphabetical order by state, beginning with the state of Alabama, to determine whether a quorum is present. Representatives-elect will have a minimum of 15 minutes to record their presence by electronic device. Representatives-elect who have not obtained their voting card may do so now in the Speaker's lobby. Are there additional representatives-elect in the chamber who wish to record their presence? If not, all time has expired. 433 representatives-elect have recorded their presence. A quorum is present. Credentials, regular in form, have been received showing the election of the Honorable Pablo Jose Hernandez Rivera as Resident Commissioner from the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico for a term of 4 years beginning January 3rd, 2025. The Honorable Eleanor Holmes Norton as Delegate from the District of Columbia. The Honorable James C. Moylan as Delegate from Guam. The Honorable Stacy E. Plaskett as Delegate from the Virgin Islands. The Honorable Amua Amada Coleman Radawagan as Delegate from American Samoa. And the Honorable Kimberlyn King Hines as Delegate from the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. The clerk is in receipt of a letter from the Honorable Matt Gaetz of the state of Florida, indicating that he will not serve in the House in the 119th Congress. Without objection, the letters relating to his resignation will be printed in the record. Pursuant to law and precedent, the next order of business is the election of the Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 119th Congress. Nominations are now in order. The clerk recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McLean.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk, and thank you, colleagues. Mr. Clerk, as the chair of the Republican Conference, I am directed by the vote of that conference to present for election to the office of the Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 119th Congress the name of the Honorable Mike Johnson, a representative from the state of Louisiana. Welcome, everybody. I am optimistic about our future. On November 5th, the American people gave us a great opportunity to get America back on the right track. They gave us an opportunity to get back to normal and to get back to the real issues that the country faces right now. People want the opportunity to take care of their families. They simply want to provide for their children and give them a prosperous future. And ladies and gentlemen, we have the opportunity today to do just that. We have an opportunity to take our country back. With Speaker Mike Johnson, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, and President Donald J. Trump in charge, we have the opportunity to put America first again. We have an opportunity to do something about crime. We have an opportunity to do something about the border. And we have an opportunity to take care of our veterans. We, and every single member in this chamber, and those of you watching at home and on TV, should be looking forward, knowing that America will be respected again. Our country is the last bastion of hope. If we fail, then who? This is why we are focused on the issues that the majority of Americans care about: God, family, country faith, freedom, and traditional American values. And we should be making it easier for people to achieve the American dream. Over 14 months ago, Mike Johnson took on a daunting task. No speaker is perfect, and no one will ever be. However, achieving perfection requires incremental gains and hard decisions along the way. None of us will get exactly what we want. The fundamental collective goal of this body is to make progress for the American people in which we represent. And we have done just that under Mike's leadership. We should be celebrating and building upon his efforts, our efforts. Mike has remained the same kind and caring person as he was before he assumed this role. He's an honest broker. He shows you his true beliefs at face value. He is steadfast in his values of faith, family, and love of this country. He knows our brightest days are still ahead of us, and I do too. I am hopeful for the next Congress. I am optimistic that we will focus on those issues that people truly care about. I know Mike will be an integral part of this country's comeback. He will lead us through another successful Republican majority. As chairwoman of the Unified House Republican Conference, I can say proudly that we are ready to govern. It is my honor to present our conference's nominee for the Speaker of the People's House, the Honorable Mike Johnson from the state of Louisiana. Do I move?
The clerk now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I've had a little bit of practice, and clearly my colleagues took notice. I rise to place a name in nomination, but first, I want to acknowledge my colleague from Michigan for her heartfelt and personal nominating speech. As someone who's given a few of these, I can say you served your conference well, Representative McLean. But, Mr. Clerk, today I rise on behalf of the governing majority of the House of Representatives. The American people have sent a strong message that they want their elected leaders working together to tackle the affordability crisis. There is only one leader in this chamber with a track record of compromise, conviction, and compassion. There is only one leader who understands the needs of the working people and has lived the American dream himself and is committed to ensuring its promise for future generations. There is only one leader who knows how to negotiate a bipartisan deal and then stick to that deal. House Democrats are united behind the most powerful legislative leader in this chamber, Hakeem Jeffries of Brooklyn. House Democrats, under the leadership of Hakeem Jeffries, are committed to bipartisanship and common sense solutions to America's most pressing challenges. In the face of chaos and dysfunction over the last 2 years, our caucus has kept the government funded, kept our allies protected, and the economy secured from the catastrophic default. In the 119th Congress, we will work with the incoming administration to make life better, safer, and more affordable for working families. And the incoming administration must also recognize that while my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are divided, and while compromise remains a dirty word for so many, Congress won't be able to keep the lights on, let alone pass anything of substance, without the buy-in and blessing of House Democrats and Hakeem Jeffries. Make no mistake, Democrats want to bring down the cost of living, build more housing, and lower the cost of everyday items like food, medicine, and childcare. Even as the extreme rhetoric rises in this chamber and in the public square, we will not stop advocating for the policies that do the most good for the most people. Because of Hakeem's leadership, we will never abandon our values or sacrifice our bedrock principles of freedom and democracy. When America's enemies abroad threatened our democratic ally, Ukraine, when terrorists attacked our strongest ally, Israel, it was Hakeem Jeffries and House Democrats who delivered the votes and stood tall for America's national security. When the least, the lost, and the left behind were threatened with devastating cuts, Hakeem Jeffries stood with America's mothers, children, and veterans. When the incoming administration wanted to raise the debt limit by trillions of dollars in order to finance tax cuts for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected, leaving middle-class families to pay for the bill and leaving them high and dry, Hakeem Jeffries didn't just say no, he said, that's why there is only one true candidate today for Speaker. So, Mr. Clerk, I am honored to rise today at the direction of the House Democratic Caucus to place into nomination for election to the position of Speaker of the House of Representatives, the pride of Brooklyn, the gentleman from New York, Hakeem Jeffries.
The names of the Honorable Mike Johnson, a representative-elect from the state of Louisiana, and the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, a representative-elect from the state of New York, have been placed in nomination. Are there further nominations? There being no further nominations, the clerk appoints the following tellers. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile. And the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Torres. The tellers will come forward and take their seats at the desk in front of the Speaker's rostrum. The roll now will be called, and those responding to their names will indicate by surname the nominee of their choosing. The reading clerk will now call the roll.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. Johnson. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford. Johnson. Allen. Johnson. Amo. Jeffries. Amode of Nevada. Johnson. Ansari. Jeffries. Arrington. Johnson. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. Johnson. Bacon. Johnson. Baird. Johnson. Balderson. Johnson. Ballant. Jeffries. Barr. Johnson. Barragan. Jeffries. Barrett. Barrett. Baumgartner. Barrett Johnson. Barrett Johnson. Baumgartner. Johnson. Bean of Florida. Johnson. Beatty. Jeffries. Begich. Johnson. Bell. Jeffries. Bentz. Johnson. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. Johnson. Beyer. Jeffries. Bice. Johnson. Biggs of Arizona. Biggs of Arizona. Biggs of South Carolina.
President Trump's endorsed candidate, Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Bilirakis. Johnson. Bishop. Jeffries. Boebert. Johnson. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. Johnson. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Brikeen. Johnson. Bresnahan. Johnson. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan. Johnson. Budzinski. Jeffries. Burchett. Johnson. Burleson. Johnson. Bynum. Jeffries. Calvert. Johnson. Kamek. Johnson. Carbajal. Jeffries. Carey. Johnson. Carson. Carson. Carter of Georgia.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. Johnson. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Shifferless McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Siscomani. Johnson. Cisneros. Jeffries. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. Johnson. Cloud. Cloud. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Clyde. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. Johnson. Collins. Johnson. Comer. Johnson. Conaway. Jeffries. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Jeffries. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig. Jeffries. Crane. Johnson. Crank. Johnson. Crawford. Johnson. Crenshaw. Johnson. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Davids of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. Johnson. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. De la Cruz. Johnson. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. Johnson. Dexter. Jeffries. Diaz-Balart. Johnson. Dingle. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Johnson. Downing. Johnson. Dunn of Florida. Johnson. Edwards. Johnson. Elfreth. Jeffries. Elzie. Johnson. Emmer. Johnson. Escobar. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. Johnson. Evans of Colorado. Johnson. Evans of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ezell. Johnson. Fallon. Johnson. Fedorchak. Johnson. Feenstra. Johnson. Fields. Jeffries. Figures. Jeffries. Finstad. Johnson. Fishbach. Johnson. Fitzgerald. Johnson. Fitzpatrick. Johnson. Fleischman. Johnson. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. Johnson. Fung. Johnson. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. Johnson. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. Scott Franklin. Johnson. Friedman. Jeffries. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. Johnson. Fulcher. Johnson. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. Johnson. Garcia of California. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Gill of Texas. Johnson. Gillen. Jeffries. Jimenez. Johnson. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Goldman of Texas. Johnson. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. Johnson. Vicente Gonzalez. Jeffries. Gooden. Johnson. Goodlander. Jeffries. Gosar. Gosar. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Graves. Johnson. Gray. Jeffries. Green of Tennessee. Johnson. Green of Texas.
And still I rise for the preferred candidate of liberty and justice for all, the hope and dream of the enslaved.
The gentleman may respond by surname.
Green of Texas, Jeffries. Green of Georgia, Johnson. Griffith, Johnson. Grijalva, Jeffries. Grothman, Johnson. Guest, Johnson. Guthrie, Johnson. Hageman, Johnson. Hamadeh of Arizona, Johnson. Harder of California, Jeffries. Herodopoulos, Johnson. Harrigan, Johnson. Harris of Maryland, Harris of Maryland. Harris of North Carolina, Johnson. Harshbarger, Johnson. Hayes, Jeffries. Hearn of Oklahoma, Johnson. Higgins of Louisiana, Johnson. Hill of Arkansas, Johnson. Himes, Jeffries. Henson, Johnson. Horsford, Jeffries. Houchin, Johnson. Houlihan, Jeffries. Hoyer, Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon, Jeffries. Hudson, Johnson. Huffman, Jeffries. Huizinga, Johnson. Hunt, Johnson. Hurd of Colorado, Johnson. Isa, Johnson. Ivy, Jeffries. Jack, Johnson. Jackson of Illinois, Jeffries. Jackson of Texas, Johnson. Jacobs, Jeffries. James, Johnson. Jayapal, Jeffries. Jeffries, Jeffries. Johnson of Georgia, Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana, Johnson. Johnson of South Dakota, Johnson. Johnson of Texas, Jeffries. Jordan, Johnson. Joyce of Ohio, Johnson. Joyce of Pennsylvania, Johnson. Kim Lagerdove, Jeffries. Captor, Jeffries. Kane, Johnson. Keating, Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois, Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi, Johnson. Kelly of Pennsylvania. Johnson. Kennedy of New York. Jeffries. Kennedy of Utah. Johnson. Kana. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. Johnson. Kiley of California. Johnson. Kim. Johnson. Knott. Johnson. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Kustoff. Johnson. LaHood. Johnson. LaLota. Johnson. LaMalfa. Johnson. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. Johnson. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latimer. Jeffries. Latta. Johnson. Lawler.
The Honorable Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Lee of Florida. Johnson. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Letlow. Johnson. Levin. Jeffries. Licardo. Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk. Johnson. Lucas. Johnson. Luna. Johnson. Luttrell. Johnson. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. Johnson. McKenzie. Johnson. Magaziner. Jeffries. Maliotakis. Johnson. Malloy. Johnson. Mann. Johnson. Mannion. Jeffries. Massey. Emmer. Mast. Johnson. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McBride. Jeffries. McCall. Johnson. McLean. Johnson. McLean Delaney. Jeffries. McClellan. Jeffries. McClintock. Johnson. McCullum. Jeffries. McCormick. Johnson. McDonald Rivet. Jeffries. McDowell. Johnson. McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McGuire. Johnson. McIver. Jeffries. Meeks.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Mang. Jeffries. Messmer. Johnson. Muser. Johnson. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Johnson. Miller of Ohio. Johnson. Miller of West Virginia. Johnson. Miller Meeks. Johnson. Mills. Johnson. Min. Jeffries. Molinar. Johnson. Moore of Alabama. Johnson. Moore of North Carolina. Johnson. Moore of Utah. Johnson. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moore of West Virginia. Johnson. Moran. Johnson. Morelli. Jeffries. Morrison. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. Johnson. Nadler. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Nagoose. Jeffries. Nails. Johnson. Newhouse. Johnson. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Jordan. None of Iowa. Johnson. Obernolte. Johnson. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Johnson. Olszewski. Jeffries. Omar. Jeffries. Onder. Johnson. Owens. Johnson. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. Palmer. Johnson. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pelosi. Jeffries. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Johnson. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. Johnson. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Poe. Jeffries. Presley. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez. Jeffries. Randall. Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. Johnson. Riley of New York. Jeffries. Rivas. Jeffries. Rogers of Alabama. Johnson. Rogers of Kentucky. Johnson. Rose. Johnson. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. Johnson. Roy. Roy. Ruiz. Jeffries. Ruley. Johnson. Rutherford. Johnson. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar. Johnson. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Sanchez. Jeffries. Scalise. Johnson. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schmidt. Johnson. Schneider. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Schweikert. Johnson. Austin Scott. Johnson. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Donalds. Sessions. Johnson. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Jeffries. Shreve. Johnson. Simon. Simon. Jeffries. Simpson. Simpson. Johnson. Smith of Missouri. Johnson. Smith of Nebraska. Johnson. Smith of New Jersey. Johnson. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. Johnson. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Sparts. Sparts. Johnson. Stansbury. Jeffries. Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. Johnson. Stefanik. Johnson. Style. Johnson. Stubbe. Johnson. Stevens, Jeffries, Strickland, Jeffries, Strong, Johnson, Stutzman, Johnson, Subramaniam, Jeffries, Suazi, Jeffries, Swalwell, Jeffries, Sykes, Jeffries, Takano, Jeffries, Taylor, Johnson, Tenney, Johnson, Tanadar, Jeffries, Thompson of California, Jeffries, Thompson of Mississippi, Jeffries, Thompson of Pennsylvania, Johnson, Tiffany, Johnson, Timmons, Johnson, Titus, Jeffries, Talib, Jeffries, Takuda, Jeffries, Tonko, Jeffries, Torres of California, Jeffries, Torres of New York, Jeffries, Trahan, Jeffries, Tran, Jeffries, Turner of Ohio, Johnson, Turner of Texas, Jeffries, Underwood, Jeffries, Valadeo, Johnson, Van Drew, Johnson, Van Dyne, Johnson, Van Orden, Johnson, Vargas, Jeffries, Vasquez, Jeffries, VC, Jeffries, Velasquez, Jeffries, Vindman, Jeffries, Wagner, Johnson, Wahlberg, Johnson, Waltz, Waltz, Wasserman Schultz, Jeffries, Waters, Jeffries, Watson Coleman, Jeffries, Weber of Texas, Johnson, Webster of Florida, Johnson, Westerman, Johnson, Whitesides, Jeffries, Weed, Johnson, Williams of Georgia, Jeffries, Williams of Texas, Johnson, Wilson of Florida, Jeffries, Wilson of South Carolina, Johnson, Whitman, Johnson, Womack, Johnson, Yackham, Johnson, Zinke, Johnson,
For what purpose does the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a parliamentary inquiry. I note that the names of the representatives from the Americas, Samoa, Guam, Northern Mariana, Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, and the District of Columbia were not called, representing collectively 4 million Americans. Mr. Speaker, collectively the largest per capita of veterans in this country.
Does the gentlelady have a
I
parliamentary
ask
inquiry?
why they were not called. Have some respect. It's not going to take that long.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I ask why they were not called from the parliamentarian, please.
Delegates-elect and the resident commissioner-elect are not qualified to vote. Representatives-elect are the only individuals qualified to vote in the election of a speaker. As provided in Section 36 of the House Rules and Manual, the speaker is elected by a majority of the members-elect voting by surname.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This body and this nation has a territories and a colonies problem. What
House
was
will be in
supposed
order.
to be temporary has
Gentlelady
now
will suspend.
effectively become permanent. We must do something about this
The
problem.
gentlelady is no
so
longer
that these-
recognized. The House will be in order. The reading clerk will now call the names of the representatives-elect who did not answer the first call of the roll.
First one I have is Biggs of Arizona.
Biggs of Arizona. Johnson. Carson. Jeffries. Cloud. Johnson. Clyde. Clyde. Gosar. Gosar. Harris of Maryland. Johnson. Roy. Johnson. Waltz. Johnson.
If there are any representatives-elect who did not answer the call of the roll, they may come to the well and vote at this time.
Just stand right there. Just say Clyde. Just say Clyde.
Clyde. Clyde. Should I say?
Gosar Johnson.
We didn't count Claude because we didn't hear him. The first one, we didn't hear Claude.
The clerk heard it. Clerk heard it.
It said
And then
who
the brief-
President Trump wants, Johnson.
Okay.
Clyde Johnson.
216, 215. So what is that, like?
The House will be in order.
Mr. Norman is recorded as Jordan.
It's more order. Get order. And then the clerk. You heard that, right?
House will be in order.
You can say it.
Mr. Norman Johnson.
Okay, now we're going to Mr. Self. Donalds.
Mr. Self is recorded as Donalds. Mr. Self Johnson.
The tellers agree in their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 434, of which the Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana has received 218. The Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the State of New York has received 215. And the Honorable Tom Emmer of the State of Minnesota has received 1. Therefore, the Honorable Mike Johnson of the State of Louisiana, having received a majority of the votes cast, is duly elected Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 119th Congress. The clerk appoints the following committee to escort the Speaker-elect to the chair. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McLean. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbene. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle. And the members of the Louisiana delegation, Mr. Higgins, Ms. Letlow, Mr. Carter, and Mr. Fields. The committee will retire from the chamber to escort the Speaker-elect to the chair.
Speaker-elect Mike Johnson from the state of Louisiana.
Ready? Speaker Johnson, Speaker Emerita Pelosi, it's great to see you back in the chamber. Whip Clark, Chairman Aguilar, thank you for your kind and generous words of nomination. To my colleagues in government, new members of Congress, families, friends, all those assembled. It's a high honor and a distinct privilege to welcome you to the People's House and the 119th Congress. The Bible teaches us in Ecclesiastes, the 3rd chapter, 1st verse, that for everything there is a season and a time for every matter under heaven. It's fair to say that in a democracy, there's a time to campaign and a time to govern. The election is over. This is a new Congress. The American people need us
as their elected representatives in this season to put down our partisan swords and pick up bipartisan plowshares. It's time for us to come together, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as Americans, to get things done for the people. In that spirit, House Democrats will work hard to find bipartisan common ground with our Republican colleagues and the incoming administration on any issue, whenever and wherever possible, in order to make life better for everyday Americans. For far too long in this country, the cost of living has gone up, but the size of the middle class has come down. Housing costs are too high. Grocery costs are too high. Child care costs are too high. Insurance costs are too high. Utility costs are too high. America is too expensive. There are far too many people in this great country who for decades have been struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. That is not acceptable in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. We need to build an affordable economy for hard-working American taxpayers, and we need to build it now. It's time for us to come together and finally lower the high cost of living in the United States of America once and for all. And we will work with anyone of any party to get that done. We will work with anyone to secure our borders, and we will work with anyone to fix our broken immigration system in a comprehensive and bipartisan manner. At the same period of time, we will push back against far-right extremism whenever necessary. So let me be clear. Social Security and Medicare are not entitlement programs. They are earned benefits. Hard-working American taxpayers pay in to Social Security and Medicare every day, every week, every month, every year throughout their entire adult life. They've earned those benefits, worked hard for those benefits, and deserve those benefits. So as Democrats, our promise to the American people is that we will fight hard to make sure that no one in this town takes away Social Security or Medicare from the American people. Not now, not ever. No means never. Our position is that it is not acceptable to cut Social Security, cut Medicare, cut Medicaid, cut veterans' benefits, or cut nutritional assistance from children and families in order to pay for massive tax breaks for billionaires and wealthy corporations. House Democrats will fight hard to protect working-class Americans and the things that matter to them, not the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. Keep your hands off Social Security and Medicare. Over the last 4 years, it's been a great honor for us to work alongside President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris, whose administration rescued the economy from a once-in-a-century pandemic, delivered historic infrastructure investments, created more than 15 million good-paying jobs, enacted common sense gun safety legislation for the first time in 30 years, provided life-sustaining health insurance to veterans suffering from toxic exposure, championed the largest investment in combating the climate crisis in the history of the world, which we will defend, and brought down the high price of life-saving prescription drugs for millions of Americans. Thank you, President Biden and Vice President Harris, for your powerful, principled, and purposeful public service. Thank you. Two months ago, the American people elected Donald Trump as the 47th President of the United States of America. Thank you for that very generous applause. It's okay. There are no election deniers on our side of the aisle. You see, one should love America. One should love America when you win and when you lose. That's the patriotic thing to do, and that's the America that House Democrats will fight hard to preserve because we love this country. America is bigger than any one campaign, any one election, or any one individual. America, the land of the free and the home of the brave. Let us never forget that our country is free, not simply because we are strong. America is strong because we are free. That freedom is now under assault. There are some in this country who apparently believe that the freedom of economic opportunity that made them wealthy should not apply to everyone else. Our message to that crowd is simple. Democrats will never abandon the long walk toward freedom. We will fight hard to defend the freedom of opportunity that makes the American dream possible. We will fight hard for the freedom to vote and to fight for a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. We will fight for the freedom to organize and join a union of your choice. We will fight to defend the free enterprise system, but work hard to make sure that it actually works for working class Americans. And we will always defend a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. America promises one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That's the America House Democrats will fight hard to preserve. God bless you. God bless the House of Representatives. May God continue to bless the United States of America. It is now my responsibility to present the gavel to the gentleman from the great state of Louisiana, the son of a firefighter, a God-fearing man, a husband, and a loving father of four, the 56th Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Leader Jeffries, all of our treasured colleagues here in the House. I'm grateful for this nomination. I'm grateful for this election, for the confidence this chamber has placed in me. It is the great honor of my life to serve this body with all of you. Of course, these are difficult days in our home state of Louisiana, where I come from. We all know about the terrorist attack in New Orleans, and it's really shaken our state. People are reeling from that attack. It took the lives of 14 innocent people, and it injured dozens more. And I wanted to begin appropriately today. If we could, I'd ask you all to join me in a moment of silence for the victims of this horrific act. Thank you. Thank you for that. I believe in giving honor where honor is due, and all of us do well to honor our spouses. My wife happens to be here this time. She didn't make it last time. It happened a little sudden. Kelly, would you stand up here in the gallery? Thank you. And we have our 4 children here, Hannah, Abby, Jack, and Will. Will y'all stand up just really quickly? Come on. I wanted to do that. All of us recognize that there are no perks to being a congressman's kid, right? It's all sacrifice. And our spouses put up with so much, endless hours in travel and all the responsibilities upon us. And we're good to remind them how important they are to us and how we could not do the job without them. And so it's appropriate for all of us to do that. Thank you. Thank you, guys. This is a momentous time in the nation of the history of our nation. It really is. And as members of the 119th Congress, we are stewards of the great American Revolution that began almost exactly now 250 years ago, 1775 and 1776. It will fall at the time of this Congress, the great anniversary. And in these 2.5 centuries, we've been reminded repeatedly that freedom is never free. And we have stood tall as the greatest nation on the face of the earth. It is without debate. We are the freest, the most powerful, most benevolent nation that has ever been in the history of the world. And it's not by happenstance. We are the ones who settled the West. We are the ones who ended slavery, who laid the transcontinental railroad, who gave women the right to vote, who won 2 world wars, who landed on the moon, and who won the Cold War. Throughout our history, we have done what no one thought was possible. And still, at 250 years old, our nation is actually a young nation. This past fall, I had opportunity to go to the G7 speakers meeting. It was held in Italy. It's the only international trip I took as speaker over the last 14 months because I didn't have time to do it, but it was a quick 3-day jaunt, and met with my colleagues, the speakers of the other parliaments, the great governments around the world. And we talked about that, how really special America is, how unique we are in our place on the globe, and how important it is for us to maintain that. And as I talked to these colleagues from around the world, I thought, our closest allies, who recognize how important we are, how important this body, this House is. I thought about how is it that such a young country has become so exceptional, so singular in its importance, that today stands as the world's leader in liberty and the economy and culture. 100 years ago, President Calvin Coolidge answered that very question in his inaugural address. It was March of 100 years ago, exactly almost. He said this: "We best serve our own country and most successfully discharge our obligations to humanity by continuing to be openly and candidly, intensely and scrupulously American." I love that. I love that. Today, yeah, that's right. That's an applause line. Today, my friends, our nation is the envy of the world. Why? Because we have been marked by a spirit and a people who are explicitly that. We are explicitly American. We don't try to be like other nations, and we recognize that a strong America is good for the entire world. And everybody around the globe knows that. That's right. We also recognize that the core principles that made America what we are must still be preserved today. The principles, I call them the 7 core principles of American conservatism, but it's really the 7 core principles of the nation itself. Individual freedom, limited government, the rule of law, peace through strength, fiscal responsibility, free markets, and human dignity. These are the ingredients, the things that made us who we are. And in America, we know that human flourishing is best achieved by adherence to time-tested truths. We could list a number of those simple truths. Here's a couple. It's better to give a hand up than a hand out. That innovation thrives when bureaucracy dies. The simple truth that it is parents and families and not administrators that must be in charge of their children's education. The path of prosperity has long been paved with policies that put America and Americans first. And that is what we will champion in the 119th Congress. We have a mandate, and that was shown in the election cycle. The people want an America First agenda. They do. Sadly, for the past 4 years of divided government, too many politicians in Washington have done the opposite. Open borders and overregulation have destroyed our cities and stifled innovation. Inflation and weak leadership have left Americans poorer, and they have placed our country in a perilous position. That's right. But in recent months, we've witnessed something happening, something that's really remarkable, a political moment in our modern history, a groundswell of Americans from every state, race, and religion who now demand that we put the interest of Americans first again, and we will, and we will. This is a powerful new coalition of our country. It's a coalition that insists that we purge the policies of America last and we bury them in the graveyard of history's mistakes, because it was a big mistake. To that end, this Congress will renounce the status quo and we will listen to the voices of the people. We will act quickly and we will start by defending our nation's borders. That's the number one priority. Yes. In coordination with President Trump, this Congress will give our border and immigration enforcement agents the resources that they need to do their job. We will secure the border, we will deport dangerous, criminal, illegal aliens, and finally finish building the border wall. You said you'd work with us on that, Hakeem. I'm counting on it. After 4 years of high inflation, we have a big agenda. We have a lot to do, and we can do it in a bipartisan fashion. We can fight high inflation, and we must. We'll give relief to Americans, and we'll extend the Trump tax cuts. We're going to protect our industries from one-sided trade deals, and we're going to bring overseas investments back to America's shores. That's right. We'll defeat the harmful effects of inflation, and we'll make life affordable again for America's hardworking people. As leaders of a nation with vast natural resources that God has blessed us with, it is our duty to restore America's energy dominance, and that's what we'll do. We have to apply common sense. We have to stop the attacks on liquefied natural gas pass legislation to eliminate the Green New Deal, that funding. We're going to expedite new drilling permits. We're going to save the jobs of our auto manufacturers, and we're going to do that by ending the ridiculous EV mandates. And as heirs to the American Revolution and the descendants of patriots who defied tyranny, in the coming months, we are going to pass legislation to roll back the totalitarian fourth branch of government known as the administrative state. We're going to drastically cut back the size and scope of government. We're going to return the power back to the people. And in coordination with President Trump and his administration, we are going to create a leaner, faster, and more efficient federal workforce. We need to do that. Our people do not deserve to be ruled by millions of bureaucrats they've never voted for, never met, and can never hold accountable. They deserve a government that is led by those they've elected to lead. That is how Article 1 is supposed to work. That was the idea of the Congress, and we will return to that principle. The American people have called on us to reject business as usual and throw out the status quo. We must and we will heed their call. This is especially important as it comes to our nation's military. For too long, the Washington establishment has sought to appease and accommodate our nation's adversaries. They've tried to replace our military warriors with social justice warriors. It does not work. And while we're still the most powerful fighting force in the history of the world, by God's grace, the same establishment has eroded the capacities of our Army and Navy and diminished the readiness of our Air Force. We have to put an end to this madness. My friends and my colleagues, I think we should all unite in this idea. It is time now to reinstate fear in our enemies, refocus our mission on lethality, and realign our commitment to peace through strength right now. We have to prioritize the things that matter most. We have to make adequate investments in defense. This is the most dangerous moment since World War II, and everyone around the world is looking to America and looking to this body to ensure that we maintain the peace. What we're proposing now is just simply, as President Trump likes to say, a return to common sense. And he's exactly right. That message resonated across the country. I am very thankful, personally, that this body is filled with men and women who are committed to that change, to return to common sense. We can do this together. We should. It is our responsibility to do so. When I first took this gavel, many of you heard me say that I don't believe in luck or consequence. I believe in the idea of providence. And this morning, I participated with many of you early this morning in the 119th Congress Interfaith Prayer Service. It was held at St. Peter's Catholic Church. Many of you were there. It was an ecumenical service in a bipartisan service, which was great. My good friend Hakeem Jeffries began by a reading with the Old Testament. He read out of Deuteronomy 10. And then I was asked to provide a prayer for the nation. I offered one that is quite familiar to historians and probably many of us. It said right here in the program, it says right under my name, "It is said each day of his 8 years of the presidency and every day thereafter until his death, President Thomas Jefferson recited this prayer." I wanted to share it with you here at the end of my remarks, not as a prayer per se right now, but as a reminder of what our third president and the primary author of the Declaration of Independence thought was so important that it should be a daily recitation. Let me just read you that prayer. It goes like this. Thomas Jefferson's Prayer for the Nation, it's entitled. "Almighty God, who has given us this good land for our heritage, we humbly beseech thee that we may always prove ourselves a people mindful of thy favor and glad to do thy will. Bless our land with honorable ministry, sound learning, and pure manners. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil way. Defend our liberties and fashion into one united people the multitude brought hither out of many kindreds and tongues. Endow with thy spirit of wisdom those whom in thy name we entrust the authority of government, that there may be justice and peace at home, and that through obedience to thy law we may show forth thy praise among the nations of the earth. In time of prosperity, fill our hearts with thankfulness, and in the day of trouble, suffer not our trust in thee to fail, of which we ask through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. That was Thomas Jefferson's prayer. Yeah. Suffer not our trust in thee to fail. We will not fail. We cannot fail. We are all in this together. Our nation is counting on us to band together and solve these problems and get this done. I've said before that I believe God has elevated each one of you, that's just my belief, to your positions of leadership. And it's an act of providence that you've all been placed in your specific roles in this specific moment at this historic time, at the 250-year inflection point of the greatest nation in the history of the world. It is no small thing. We're also witnesses to the providence that spared our incoming president, President Trump, from the assassin's bullet, remarkable as that was, and to the new coalition of Americans that has risen from every creed, color, and cul-de-sac who want us to put America first. Our people are asking for a thriving economy and a rebuilt middle class and strong borders and a strong military, and we can deliver that. See, these objectives and these aims don't have an R or a D behind them. They have a USA. That's what we're about. In just a few moments, we're all going to take an oath. It is the same one oath for one nation and under the banner of one great American flag. This is an opportunity for us to protect our shared American heritage, to maintain the conditions needed for self-government, and to defend what Hakeem said earlier, the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Working together, we have the potential to be one of the most consequential Congresses in the history of this great nation, so long as we work together, we do the right thing, and we put America first. As we think about all we've accomplished in the past 250 years, we can only imagine what life will be like 250 years from now. Whatever the future may look like, if we do our jobs now, we can help ensure that our civic virtues will endure, that this nation will still be an example to all the world for its greatness and its example of self-government, and that in spite of our great challenges and even our disagreements and our healthy debates, this extraordinary institution, the People's House, will still be standing strong. Thank you all so much, and God bless America. So as the sequence of events requires, I am now ready to take the oath of office. I ask the Dean of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Harold Rogers of Kentucky, to administer the oath.
Mr. Speaker, number one, congratulations on your election. When our founding fathers...
Hold just a second, Dean. We don't have the microphone on yet.
Hello, test. Today we celebrate our shared American self-rule. When our founding fathers rejected calls for an American king and chose a bold and innovative government of self-rule, it was met by opposition, understandably, by the world's kings. They said, "You can't govern yourself. You need a king to direct the country." they said, it's only a dream, self-rule. The Founding Fathers said, you're right. It's the American dream. And thus, our founders said that we should move on our own with our own leadership. The Speaker of the House is the critical protector and promoter of self-rule, the keeper of the dream, if you will. And we've elected this man from Louisiana to carry on our bold experiment in democracy and self-rule. So, sir, if you're ready to assume this awesome responsibility, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely, that you take this obligation without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you're about to enter, so help you God.
I do.
Congratulations, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. You may as well remain standing because according to precedent, the chair will swear in the members-elect en masse. The members-elect will all rise, and the chair will now administer the oath of office. Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God. Congratulations, you are now members of the 119th Congress. The House come to order. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain.
Mr. Speaker, as chair of the Republican Conference, I am directed by that conference to notify the House officially that the Republican members have selected as Majority Leader the gentleman from Louisiana, the Honorable Mr. Steve Scalise.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Mr. Speaker, as the chairman of the Democratic Caucus, I have been directed to report to the House that the Democratic members have selected as Minority Leader the gentleman from New York, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Yay! The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain.
Mr. Speaker, as chair of the Republican Conference, I am directed by that conference to notify the House officially that the Republican members have elected as Majority Whip the gentleman from Minnesota, the Honorable Tom Emmer.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Mr. Speaker, as the chairman of the Democratic Caucus, I have been directed to report to the House that the Democratic members have selected as Minority Whip the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, the Honorable Catherine Clark.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain.
Mr. Speaker, I offer a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 1, resolved that Kevin McCumber of the state of Illinois be and is hereby chosen Clerk of the House of Representatives, that William McFarland of the state of Maryland be and is hereby chosen Sergeant at Arms of the House of Representatives, and that Catherine Spindor of the Commonwealth of Virginia be and is hereby chosen Chief Administrative Officer of the House of Representatives.
The gentlewoman from Michigan.
Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar, for the purpose of offering an amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I offer an amendment to the resolution offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment offered by Mr. Aguilar of California, that Jamie Harrison of the state of South Carolina be and is hereby chosen Clerk of the House of Representatives, that Becky Cornell of the state of New York be and is hereby chosen Sergeant at Arms of the House of Representatives, and that Brooks Scannell of the state of Massachusetts be and is hereby chosen Chief Administrative Officer of the House of Representatives.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed? No. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on the resolution offered by the gentlewoman from Michigan. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to the provisions of Section 208A of the Legislative Reorganization Act of 1946, the chair appoints Reverend Dr. Margaret Gruen Kibben of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to act as and to exercise the duties of the chaplain of the House of Representatives effective today. The chair will now swear in the officers of the House. Will you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter, so help you God? Congratulations. Here.
House will be in order. Members are advised to take their conversations from the floor so proceedings in the House can continue. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 2, resolved that the Senate be informed that a quorum of the House of Representatives has assembled, that Mike Johnson, a representative from the state of Louisiana, has been elected Speaker, and that Kevin McCumber, a citizen of the state of Illinois, has been elected Clerk of the House of Representatives of the 119th Congress.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
For a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 3, resolved that a committee of 2 members be appointed by the Speaker on the part of the House of Representatives to join with a committee on the part of the Senate to notify the President of the United States that a quorum of each House has assembled and Congress is ready to receive any communication that he may be pleased to make.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, pursuant to House Resolution 3, the Chair announces the Speaker's appointment of the following members to the committee on the part of the House to join a committee on the part of the Senate to notify the President of the United States that a quorum of each House has assembled and the Congress is ready to receive any communication that he may be pleased to make. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Rogers, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 4, resolved that the clerk be instructed to inform the President of the United States that the House of Representatives has elected Mike Johnson, a representative from the state of Louisiana, as Speaker, and Kevin McCumber, a citizen of the state of Illinois, as Clerk of the House of Representatives of the 119th Congress.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. One hour. And then The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach.
Mr. Speaker, I have a privileged resolution at the desk and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 5, resolution adopting the rules of the House of Representatives for the 119th Congress and for other purposes. Resolved. Section 1, adoption of the rules of the 118th Congress.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read and printed in the record.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlelady's recognized.
During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks. I also ask for unanimous consent to include in the record the section-by-section analysis of the resolution.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the House will consider a rules package governing how this body conducts its business in the 119th Congress. In November, the American people sent us a mandate grounded in limited government, fiscal restraint, individual freedom, and America First principles. Our constituents sent us to Washington to correct course from the previous 4 years of the Biden-Harris administration, an administration that unleashed an onslaught of regulatory burden, woke policy, federal debt, and a porous southern border on the American taxpayer. Those taxpayers spoke with a clear and resounding message that change must happen. H-Res 5 is the framework by which this body will deliver that change. The Constitution tasks this body with the governance of ourselves, ultimately accountable to the people we answer to every 2 years. With this rules package, we illustrate a House of Representatives that is modernized and efficient, yet accountable and transparent. It incorporates feedback from every corner of this body, updating those provisions which are unworkable or outdated, while maintaining core constitutional principles. I want to thank Speaker Johnson, parliamentarian staff, former Chairman Burgess's staff, and countless others who worked tirelessly to craft this package into what we will consider today. I also want to highlight some of the important changes in this rule package before I yield to Ranking Member McGovern. This rule package improves the way this body conducts its business through streamlining or improving internal processes to better reflect how the House of Representatives is supposed to operate. It raises the threshold by which a resolution declaring the office of the Speaker vacant may be offered, ensuring that such dramatic and seismic decisions are made through consensus and forethought, not by rogue personal vendettas and last-minute chaos. It continues to allow committees to permit the use of electronic voting and remote witnesses, speeding up the process by which bills are considered, and committees have access to expert witnesses for their respective hearings. In addition, the package continues to improve the committee electronic document repository, streamlining the process by which documents are posted by the committee on rules and committees of jurisdiction. Finally, the package continues to work regarding the appropriate use and integration of artificial intelligence in the operation and function of the House, ensuring members, offices, and staff have access to modern tools and resources. The resolution helps this body deliver on our mandate by the American people. The resolution requires that all general appropriations bills have a spending reduction account to help address the bloated federal budget and, consequently, the ever-growing federal debt burden. The package establishes several new provisions or points of order against measures that continue the unsustainable growth in federal spending and bureaucracy. As an example, members may raise a point of order against a bill that increases direct spending by $2.5 billion. It also requires CBO to provide information on the inflationary impacts of the legislation where possible. Finally, this package extends certain rules and authorizes to ensure the continuity of our important work in the 118th Congress. It extends the subpoena enforcement authority for the Judiciary's committee investigation into Attorney General Garland's production of documents related to Hunter Biden to ensure no one, including President Biden or his son, is above congressional accountability. It also extends the Select Committee on the Strategic Competition between the U.S. and China Communist Party to develop policies addressing the CCP's economic and geopolitical aggression. Finally, it provides for consideration several measures that represent the opening salvo of House Republicans' agenda: securing our border, energy independence, and protecting life and liberty. And I am proud to stand here today to bring forward this rules package and want to encourage my colleagues to support the resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady's time is reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
And I want to thank the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I first want to take issue with the word choice of the gentlelady from Minnesota, who kept on talking about a mandate, Republican mandate. Where's the mandate? Is it in the room with us? Maybe it's hiding under the table. But the last time I checked, Republicans actually lost seats in the House of Representatives. Republicans now have the slimmest majority in nearly 100 years. So, one would think, given the closeness of the election, that we would hear more about the importance of working together and bipartisanship. But you'd be wrong, and that's reflected in this rules package. Mr. Speaker, it's truly kind of unbelievable that we're at this moment right now. We're down here debating the revision to the revision of the rules package. This time, again, after Republicans worked out another backroom deal. And what concessions were so important to bring the House to a standstill while they redrafted their package once again? Well, the last-minute addition we were all just sitting around waiting for says that bipartisan suspension bills can't be debated on Thursday or Friday. Never mind if there's an emergency like a national disaster or a terror attack, we can't move quickly. That's actually why this extreme Republican majority wants to make this change. They hate bipartisanship. They hate bipartisanship. And what was the change they made earlier today? What was the big emergency? Changing words like child to son and daughter in our ethics rules. I mean, they're obsessed with this stuff. It's not just weird, it's discrimination. Meanwhile, a few months ago, we received over 40 rule change proposals at our member day hearing in the Rules Committee, and zero of them are included in this package. Instead, we get some last-minute backroom deal. Now, I'd love to hear why those ideas were all blocked, but we don't even have a rules chair to ask. We have no idea where any of this came from, and we had no time to review it all. So forget about the 72-hour rule. We didn't even get 72 minutes, and they're already making a mockery of this legislative process. And as I said, we don't have a chair of the Rules Committee. Usually at this moment, I would congratulate the new chair of the Rules Committee, but we're in the very odd situation of not having a chair of the Rules Committee right now. And I think that's just one small sign of the disarray and dysfunction that we've been seeing around here for the last few years. We're debating a rules package, and Republicans don't even have a chair of the Rules Committee in place. Who wrote this? Who wrote this? Maybe the gentlewoman can tell us who wrote these rules. Maybe she can tell us who decided to block dozens of amendments from both sides of the aisle and the many bipartisan amendments which were blocked with no explanation at all. We know it was done in the back room somewhere with no accountability, and that's about all that we know. And speaking of back rooms, the only reason Speaker Johnson got enough votes is because two members emerged from a back room after huddling with the Speaker and changed their votes to support him. God only knows what they were promised in order to cave to change their views. But for the last 2 years, all the American people have been asking us to do is work together and get stuff done. What a radical idea. I mean, actually working together and getting stuff accomplished for the American people. They want us to reject extremism and polarization. And the very first thing, that this now even smaller Republican majority decides to do is to go into a back room and cave to their most extreme members. And sadly, I'm not surprised. I wanted to believe that maybe after losing seats and getting nothing done in the last Congress, just maybe they would change. But clearly Republicans have decided to double down on the dysfunction. So buckle up, everybody, because Republican incompetence is about to reach staggering new heights. 2 years ago, the other side promised openness, transparency, and action. Instead, look at what they delivered. Look at what they delivered. Constant disarray, never-ending dysfunction, and complete and total inaction. And why? Why all this dysfunction? Because they refuse to work together with Democrats. Instead of working with us, they shut this place down. They ran the most closed Congress in history. Think about that. They would rather shut out voices, shut down ideas, shut off debate, and silence democracy. They'd rather do that than work together. Now, that's not what the people voted for. At least that's not what people in my district voted for. And I'm not exaggerating when I say this. Republicans ran the most closed Congress in history, ever, period. They allowed no amendments to most bills, no opportunity to make bills better. They told America to take it or leave it. Democracy be damned. They talk about an open process. Give me a break. They blocked 6,000 amendments over the last 2 years. 6,000. They're blocked. And so I don't want to hear any lectures about bipartisanship. Give me a break. They rejected 67% of bipartisan amendments. How's that for bipartisanship? Speaker Johnson even shut out his own members. 57% of their own party's amendments were blocked. Open process, my foot. This is how they run things in the Kremlin. It's not how they should be run here in the United States Congress. I mean, give me a break. So forgive my skepticism when I hear from my friends on the other side of the aisle about bipartisanship and fairness around here, because Republicans have broken that promise over and over and over. Look at how much time we wasted last Congress while we were waiting around for Republicans to fight with each other instead of fighting for the American people. They spent weeks wasting taxpayer time and money because they couldn't elect a speaker, not once, but twice. Weeks wasted where Congress didn't do a damn thing. And now they have the nerve to lecture people about government efficiency? Come on, get real. How many times last Congress did they just send everyone home because they couldn't even pass their own bills? How many times did they miss their own deadlines? And when anything did get done, it was Democrats who stepped up to get it done. Hands down, Republicans ran the most ineffective, incompetent, and chaotic Congress in history. And you'd think that Republicans would reflect on their failures and maybe try to work toward solving the nation's pressing challenges. You'd think, but you'd be wrong. Because the big Republican change to the rules, and this is their grand idea, is to shield the Speaker from accountability. They blocked dozens of good rule changes that were suggested by members of both parties. But the one big change they made is to empower the radical right. Apparently, there's not a lot of spine around here because Speaker Johnson, like former Speaker McCarthy, picked extremism over compromise. Did anyone even bother to ask Kevin McCarthy how that worked out for him the first time? Mr. Speaker, the last time I checked, a Speaker of the House of Representatives is supposed to represent the entire House, not just one party. But a vote for these rules means that only Republicans have the ability to call for the removal of a Speaker. They are doing something totally unprecedented. For the first time in history, they are changing the rules to take away a basic right of the minority. That's nuts. What's next? Only Republicans can vote? That might as well be what they're saying here. And it's crazy. And it's all about empowering the radical right rather than sitting down together and trying to work things out. Democrats and Republicans should be working together to hash out our differences and to get things done. Speaker Johnson should have run for majority leader if he didn't want to represent the whole House. But he didn't. He ran for Speaker. And apparently nobody told him that as public servants, we are here to do a job, not keep a job. So I appreciate the words of the gentlelady about these rules and their agenda and all of that. But unfortunately, that's all they are. Words, talk, chatter. It all means nothing, because the last 2 years have shown us time and time again that the Republican leadership says one thing and does another. Rules for thee, but not for me, is their motto. And the American people suffer because of their dysfunction and extremism. We had an opportunity to begin this Congress in a more bipartisan way, in a way that would give the American people some confidence that we will get stuff done. And instead, we begin with this, and it's a shame. And with that, I reserve my time.
Time is reserved. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do appreciate consistency, and I have heard the same complaints from the gentleman before. And I do appreciate that the ranking member mentioned that we should buckle up, because the Republicans have the majority in the House, the majority in the Senate, and President Trump will soon be sworn in. So we do need to buckle up, because we are going to do the job that the American people sent us to do. We have much work to do, and this rules package will help us do it. And with that, I will yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Indiana.
Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady and distinguished member from Minnesota for yielding. I rise today in support of this rules package for the 119th Congress. I might remind my friends on the other side of the aisle, I know it's been a while since they've been in the majority, but when you win the majority, you do have the opportunity to make the rules. The Constitution lays out several activities for us in Congress, and one of those is what we're undertaking today. Among them is for the House to adopt its rules package. While it's not the most exciting of tasks, it is important to and will govern the work that we do for the American people. This rules package includes a few changes and improvements that will help the House to be more responsive to the needs of the American people. This package raises the threshold for vacating the office for Speaker, which is necessary to avoid the chaos and personal vendettas from derailing our work as it has done in the last Congress. This package extends subpoena enforcement authority for the Judiciary Committee's investigation into Attorney General Merrick Garland's production of documents. This ensures that no one, including President Biden or his son, is above the law. Finally, it provides for a dozen bills that will allow us to immediately get to work in this new Congress and start to secure our border, unleash American energy, and protect life and liberty. President Trump is ready to deliver on his America First agenda, and House Republicans must be ready to work alongside him. As a member who has served on the Rules Committee, I will be supporting this rules package so we can start working as soon as possible to contend on behalf of the American people and finally get our country back on track. I urge my colleagues to support this rules package and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves. Debate on the rules package will continue in just a moment. However, the chair now will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has agreed to, as Conres 1, concurrent resolution extending the life of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, in which concurrence of the House is requested.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to say to the gentlewoman from Indiana, I'm glad she's proud of this rules package because, and I'm not surprised by that, because she, along with other Republicans in the Rules Committee, were responsible for blocking 6,000 amendments in the last Congress, and basically blocking 40 amendments, many of them bipartisan, that were brought before the Rules Committee to be part of this rules package. So I don't think that that's something to be particularly proud about. And to the gentlelady from Minnesota, again, thank you for reminding us, reiterating my words about buckling up. But, you know, you buckle up because you're in danger. And we are in danger as we look toward some of the items that my Republican friends want to bring to the floor. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 4895, the Lowering Drug Costs for American Families Act, to lower drug costs for Americans covered by private insurance plans under a modified open rule so that all members can offer amendments to the bill, unlike the 12 closed rules that are in this Republican rules package. Mr. Speaker, despite Republican opposition, Democrats have been fighting to lower prescription drug costs so that Americans have access to medicines that keep them healthy. Thanks to Democrats, the Inflation Reduction Act was signed into law, allowing Medicare to directly negotiate drug prices, capping out-of-pocket costs at $2,000 annually under Medicare Part D, and providing needed relief for our seniors. But we can't stop there. The Lowering Drug Costs for American Families Act would extend drug price negotiations to every individual with private health insurance. It would prevent price gouging by drug corporations, and it would provide affordable access to prescriptions for 164 million workers and their families. And if my Republican colleagues truly want to help our constituents keep more money in their pocketbooks and keep hardworking families healthy, they will defeat the previous question and take up this much-needed bill. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to yield to discuss our proposal. I'm going to yield a minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of the previous question. For the first time in history, thanks to the Democrats' Inflation Reduction Act, the federal government is negotiating lower prescription drug costs for American seniors that will produce real savings next year. Now, if we pass this motion, then we'll be passing my Lowering Drug Costs for American Families Act, which expands these savings to everyone or every American who has private health insurance. So now as seniors, but it will extend to every American who has private health insurance. Now, we've already seen the incredible savings that can be generated by price negotiation. Last year, the Biden administration negotiated lower prices on 10 drugs, and beginning next year, seniors will save an estimated $1.5 billion on those drugs. Now, imagine the savings if these lower prices were available to all Americans with health insurance. That's what we're doing here with the previous question. There's no reason this should be partisan. President-elect Trump once touted that he would, and I quote, negotiate like crazy over prescription drugs. Well, this is the opportunity for us to lower everyday prices for American families, and if Republicans are serious about reducing costs, they would join us in supporting this legislation. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from New York.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 4 minutes.
I want to thank my colleague for yielding, Mr. Speaker. This November, the American people called for a government that works, a Congress that functions, and leadership that delivers results. To achieve this, we must raise the threshold for the motion to vacate from 1 to 9 members, ensuring stability and preventing a small faction from disrupting progress while maintaining accountability and the ability to govern effectively. This common sense change will help us focus on issues like lowering costs, securing borders, supporting law enforcement, and strengthening the economy rather than being paralyzed by internal strife. But to move forward, we have to understand from where we came. In the 118th Congress, a small faction of the Republican conference, together with the entire Democrat conference, repeatedly disrupted our efforts to deliver for the American people. This group wielded disproportionate power, causing significant disruptions, such as ousting a speaker supported by 97% of the conference and blocking rules backed by 95%. These actions undermine the unity and focus of our conference, jeopardizing the ability to address the challenges facing our great nation, Mr. Speaker. Both Speakers McCarthy and Johnson face challenges in addressing these groups' tactics, and as any action risked further obstruction. The 1-member threshold for the motion to vacate allowed this faction to repeatedly derail our efforts, distracting us from our mandate to govern effectively. Raising the threshold for the motion to vacate to 9 members is a common sense solution that addresses these issues while maintaining accountability. This change ensures that leadership challenges are not frivolously pursued, but instead reflect a genuine collective concern shared by a broader group of members. It strikes a balance between protecting a speaker's ability to lead and preserving the right of members to hold leadership accountable. I was proud to be among the Republican Main Street Caucus members who collaborated with the House Freedom Caucus to reach this threshold agreement back in November. But let me be clear, this provision is not about silencing dissent, but about ensuring stability. It prevents the disruptive tactics of a small minority from overshadowing the work of the majority, and most importantly, Mr. Speaker, the will of the American people. This is about governing responsibly and showing that we can rise above internal discord to address the pressing issues facing our nation. As a husband, father to 3 daughters, and a Navy veteran, I understand the importance of leadership rooted in trust, discipline, and stability. Effective leadership requires the confidence of those you serve and the ability to make tough decisions without the constant threat of unwarranted challenges. This provision provides that foundation, ensuring that the Speaker can lead with strength while remaining accountable to this body and our conference. Mr. Speaker, the American people deserve a Congress that works for them, not one that is paralyzed by internal strife. Raising the threshold to the motion to vacate is a necessary step towards achieving that goal. I urge my colleagues to support this provision and the rules package as a whole. Let us show the American people that we are committed to governing responsibly and delivering the results they expect and deserve. Thank you, and I yield.
Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves her time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I just say to the gentleman who just spoke that I agree with him that he's got some problems in the Republican conference with some extremist members. He again keeps on using this word mandate. Again, I remind Republicans that they lost seats in the last election. You know, you can't claim that you have this mandate to do whatever the heck you want to do and then expect us to once again come to your rescue to save Speaker Johnson if one of the extremists, if 9 extreme members in your conference want to challenge him and vacate the Speaker's chair. So in any event, I just find it kind of mind-boggling that, again, my Republicans are living in this fantasy world where they think somehow they have this huge majority here. Look at the difficulty we witnessed today with electing a Speaker of the House. You guys are in charge. You have a mandate, and so put on your mandate pants and do the stuff that you say you want to do, or work with us in a bipartisan way to actually deliver for the American people. Mr. Speaker, I want to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez.
Members are advised to continue to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today we begin a new session of Congress. Americans want us to address the high cost of living, help them buy a home of their own, and keep Social Security and Medicare alive. Well, it's a new year. The Republicans' rules package is the same old division, same old dysfunction and disregard for working families from the last 2 years. This rule automatically puts on the floor Republicans' top legislative priorities. Not a single one of their legislative priorities addresses the high cost of living. Not a single one allows amendments to make the bill better or more bipartisan. Republicans seem afraid of debate and amendments. I think it's because they are afraid that the more we debate their bills, the more Americans will hear that Republicans keep siding with the billionaire bros rather than standing with working families. Vote no on the rules package and vote yes for working families and women's health care.
Gentleman reserves his time. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this rules package for the 119th Congress. As my colleagues have said before, the American people sent us a mandate in November to deliver on President Trump's America First agenda, focused on reining in the federal government, securing our borders, protecting the freedom of individuals, and ending once and for all the woke policies of the left that are holding our country back. This package before us will empower House Republicans to build off the important work begun last Congress and sets the stage for achieving serious wins for the American people. It paves the way for a Congress that can operate more efficiently and more transparently. It extends the power of the Judiciary Committee to continue the House's important work of investigating any potential corruption or crimes or misconduct that was perpetrated under the Biden and Harris administration. Finally, the rules package provides for immediate consideration of 12 measures that are focused on the issues the American people sent us here to solve: securing our borders, unleashing our domestic energy production, protecting communities from the flood of lethal fentanyl in our country, and standing up for life and liberty for all Americans. Mr. Speaker, the American people sent us here with a majority to deliver real, lasting change. This rules package will help us ensure that the House can stay laser focused on delivering that change in the 119th Congress. I strongly support the rules package before us today, and I urge my colleagues to support it as well. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady from Minnesota reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I just want to, for the record, correct the gentleman on his use of the word mandate. I'm not sure he understands what it means. I think maybe we think it means different things. My Republican friends actually lost seats in the last election. They have the slimmest majority of any majority in nearly 100 years. And we've already seen the chaos and the disarray within the Republican conference when this rules package that we're debating today was delayed in coming to the floor because you had to satisfy your extremist members by making 2 rules changes. I mean, so I don't get it. But anyway, I'll just keep on correcting the record. Mr. Speaker, I now would like to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Ansari.
Gentlelady from Arizona is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in defense of immigrant communities such as the one I come from and now proudly represent in Arizona's 3rd Congressional District. Like so many others in our district, I'm a proud daughter of immigrant parents who came to the United States for a better life. Immigrants are an integral part of our community, and their contributions to our culture, our economy, and spirit are irreplaceable. In my district, over 64 languages are spoken. It is Congress's responsibility to ensure that every person in this country has a chance at the American dream. But the extreme immigration bills attached to this rules package are just the latest of an onslaught of attack on our immigrant communities from extreme Republicans. Particularly, the provision to cut federal funding from jurisdictions that provide critical services, which would impact everything from roadway safety to public safety, is another desperate attempt to further target and punish our most vulnerable. We can have secure borders without scapegoating immigrant communities and promoting xenophobia. Nothing in this package works to bring down the cost of living, protect American workers, or tackle inflation and healthcare costs. Do not be fooled by these distractions. That's why I urge a no vote on this measure. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to support the rules package for the 119th Congress. Last November, the American people spoke, and Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. Those same Americans are counting on us to deliver on the critical issues our country is facing, and this package begins that process, Mr. Speaker. It provides for consideration of 12 bills, including a bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody illegal immigrants who have been charged in the United States with theft, a bill to make the assault of a law enforcement officer a deportable offense, and a bill to prohibit a moratorium on the use of fracking. Mr. Speaker, energy and immigration are 2 of the reasons that the Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. These issues are top of mind for almost all Americans, as are inflation, the tax code, our defense, and foreign policy. This package, Mr. Speaker, sets the tone, and I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on this so we can get to work. With that,
Gentlelady from Minnesota reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized with 13 1/4 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would just say, in response to the gentleman who just spoke, that the tone that is being set by the new Republican majority is that of chaos. Again, this rules package that we're debating today already had to be changed twice today because you couldn't get enough votes within your conference to pass it. And he's right. The American people did speak in the election, and they decided that Republicans should have fewer seats in the House. And at this point, I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, instead of fast-tracking culture war issues in the rules,
or cutting off dissent within the Republican conference, we should usher in the 119th Congress by prioritizing issues that Americans face daily. For example, how can we reduce the cost of prescriptive drugs so that Americans can afford to pay for life-saving care they need? During the last Congress, my Democratic colleagues and I introduced the Lower Drug Costs for American Families Act, which builds upon the historic progress of the Inflation Reduction Act by expanding the Medicare drug price negotiation program. The bill would combat big pharma's price gouging of the American people by increasing the number of drugs eligible for negotiation and ensuring that Americans with private health insurance have access to those lower prices. Hard-working American families shouldn't have to choose between paying for their medicine or paying for rent or other necessities, while drug companies continue to enjoy record profits. It's time for Congress to rein in corporate greed and expand the Inflation Reduction Act's historic drug cost-saving measures to more Americans. If we defeat the previous question, the gentleman from Massachusetts has said that he'll offer an amendment which will provide for the consideration of our legislation to lower drug costs as part of the rules package, so that we should defeat the previous question and Americans will then be able to enjoy those lower drug prices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank the gentlelady, and I thank the Speaker. And I rise today in support of the rules package for the 119th Congress. Mr. Speaker, passing this rule package will allow the People's House to be more efficient, effective, and transparent. The American people sent us here to deliver results, to thoughtfully craft legislation that will improve the lives of all Americans, to enact policies that will lower taxes, lower the cost of necessities like groceries and gas, and create jobs here at home. We have the responsibility to do this in this Congress. I support this rule package because it is good for the institution of the House. The package strengthens and affirms the Article I authorities and restores fiscal responsibility in government. Our constituents sent us here to legislate. Legislating is hard work. I've done it on 3 different committees. Legislating takes time to get right. I spent 2.5 years on a farm bill once and got it right. That's why this is imperative that we pass this package and get to work. I encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this rules package. But before I yield back, I must offer one final thought to my good friend. Maybe the question is not the size of the Republican majority in the United States House. Maybe the question is, why did the American voters give the presidency back to the Republicans? Why did the American voters give the United States Senate back to a Republican majority and at the same time left us in the majority? Maybe the soul searching needs to be, why are my friends still in the minority after all of that? I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Yeah, and I would just respond to the gentleman by saying, why did the American people decide that the Republicans should have fewer seats in the House of Representatives? Maybe the message they were sending is they want us to work together. And this rule package shows that the Republicans have no intention of working in a bipartisan way to get things done for the American people. Mr. Speaker, if the motion to commit is adopted, we will bring up H.R. 3899, the American Family Act, under a modified open rule so that all members can offer amendments to the bill, unlike the 12 closed rules that are actually contained in this package, completely closed. And Mr. Speaker, Democrats enhanced the child tax credit in the American Rescue Plan to help families stay on their feet in the wake of the COVID pandemic. But families are still facing the rising costs of rent, groceries, and basic needs. That is why we must pass the American Families Act to make the improved child tax credit permanent and refundable. And Mr. Speaker, to discuss this motion, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the author of the American Family Act, Ms. DeLauro.
Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we conclude this rules debate, I will offer a motion to commit to add the expanded monthly child tax credit, the best antidote to the high cost of living and one of the most cost-effective programs in government ever. Instead of the Republican majority's corporate tax cut agenda, we cut taxes for the middle class and for children so that hard-pressed families everywhere can make ends meet. The child tax credit is the most effective tool we have in fighting against rising costs. It is about financial stability for families in a sea of uncertainty. That is why so many Republicans have their own proposals. Nothing in this rules package helps working people. Nothing in their first 12 bills would help working people. There is nothing about addressing rising costs. Make no mistake, a vote against the motion to commit means Republicans are raising taxes on the middle class in order to give away the farm to the biggest corporations and the wealthiest Americans. The expanded monthly child tax credit was the largest tax cut for working families in generations, a lifeline to the middle class. It drove the largest decrease in child poverty in history. People could pay their electric bills, fill their gas tanks, pay for child care, and more. It reached more than 61 million children, lifted 4 million out of poverty, and led to a 26% decline in hunger in families with children. With such a razor-thin majority, now is the time to make this a bipartisan tax cut for the middle class. Do the right thing. Vote yes on the motion to commit. Yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized with 15 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arkansas.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise in strong support of the House rules package. This package maintains reforms at the 72-hour rule and the cut-go rule that we instituted in the 118th Congress. It also continues the Holman rule, requires CBO to review the inflationary impacts of certain legislation, increasing mandatory spending, officially eliminates the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, and ensures that we have continuity in the speakership. It also allows electronic voting in committees, which I can tell you from my experience on the D-N.Y committee has greatly shortened the time frame for voting and has made voting easier and more accurate. It codifies a current separate order of the House providing spending reduction accounts within appropriations bills so that members can actually save money during amendment debate. The rules also continue a number of good governance measures for the House, including prohibiting former members who are registered lobbyists or foreign agents from using House exercise facilities, improving the public availability of House documents in machine-readable formats, and ensuring that all House employees have appropriate access to the Ethics Committee and the Office of Congressional Workplace Rights. The House functions best when the rules allow us to function efficiently and effectively, and these rules do just that. Finally, the rules package makes in order 12 bills that show unequivocally our party's support for securing our border, standing up for the right to life, ensuring that only American citizens are allowed to vote for national office, providing lower cost energy for American families and businesses, and stopping the scourge of drugs like fentanyl from entering our communities. I'm so proud of the work that our Speaker has done, and I thank our entire leadership team for putting together this fair and forward-thinking package. I'll be casting my vote in favor of this package, and I ask my colleagues to do the same, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady reserves her time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I get a kick out of when Republicans try to take credit for the 72-hour rule, by the way, a rule that I wrote when I was chairman of the Rules Committee. And there are no changes to the 72-hour rule in this rules package. The only changes Republicans made was they waived it a few times in the last Congress. In fact, they waived it on the continuing resolution bill, which was massive, that we dealt with before the holiday break. So, but anyway, I'm glad that some of the things that I put into place still remain, and I appreciate the nice words. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first start by congratulating you and our fellow colleagues for taking the oath of office today. This marks a new opportunity for us as Democrats and Republicans to work together on behalf of the American people. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the amendment to the current rules package to include the Lowering Drug Costs for American Families Act, which would bring down the cost of prescription drugs for all Americans. Mr. Speaker, prescription drugs are too expensive. To quote President-elect Trump from January of 2017, when speaking about the pharmaceutical drug companies, he said, "These guys are getting away with murder." He supported, as does the lowering drug costs for American families, drug price negotiations in order to save money for American working families. This should not be a Republican or Democratic issue. In fact, it should be the first thing in this Congress that unites us together to solve problems for the American people. This amendment is a common sense proposal. It would make life-saving drugs more affordable for Americans on private health insurance, and it saves taxpayers money. In its first year, the Medicare drug price negotiation program, passed under the Biden administration and the Democratic majority, will save, as part of the IRA, Medicare $6 billion and the American people $1.5 billion more. In fact, CBO has predicted that the Medicare drug price negotiations under the IRA will save $100 billion over 10 years. DOGE should love this program. Now, this new amendment would expand the Medicare negotiated drug prices to include the private sector as well, saving the American people billions of dollars. This initiative is overwhelmingly popular among the American people. 85% of voters support the federal government negotiating prescription drug prices, including at least 3/4 of Republicans. My fellow Democrats and I are ready to work across the aisle on many solutions to lower health costs for Americans.
Gentleman, additional 30 seconds.
Let's show the American people.
Recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's show the American people that we can work together, especially for a program that was supported by President-elect Trump during the beginning of his last presidency. I encourage the inclusion of the Lowering Drug Costs for American Families Act in the rules package. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this rules package makes very clear what the Republican majority will not do in the 119th Congress. After presiding over the 118th Congress and enacting the least amount of legislation in history signed into law that actually benefits the American people, Republicans want to continue that tradition by fast-tracking 12 bills that do nothing to lower costs or raise wages for the American people. None of the bills prioritized in this package take on the biggest corporations and wealthiest individuals who profit from the high prices and junk fees and corporate concentration that's harming Americans across this country. Because guess what? These corporations and wealthy individuals are the ones that are controlling the Republican Party for their own benefit. Just look at the combined wealth of the individuals that Donald Trump has nominated for this cabinet. A total wealth of over $450 billion with a B dollars. And with all those conflicts of interest present and the ethics scandals of numerous Republican members, perhaps that's why this Republican majority no longer wants an Office of Congressional Ethics. That's right, they want to jettison ethics for, quote, conduct. This package tries to fool the American people by scapegoating immigrants and trans people in the hopes that it will distract you from the fact that the first move of Republicans in the 119th Congress is to do absolutely nothing to help you and your family build a better life. Vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the chair may reduce to 5 minutes the minimum time for electronic voting on any question relating to House Resolution 5 that follows a 15-minute vote.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I am prepared to close, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady reserves her time and is prepared to close. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
May I inquire how much time I have remaining, Mr. Speaker?
Yep. Massachusetts has 4.5 minutes remaining, and the gentlelady from Minnesota has 13.5.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the last election was one of the closest in history. Republicans have the slimmest majority in nearly a century. A shift of just a few thousand votes, and this chamber would be led by Democrats. But it seems my friends didn't get the message, and they don't get it still. They don't listen. Americans do not want Republican extremism. They want cooperation. They want Congress to focus on compromise, not chaos. They don't want the far right running this place. You know what? When I talk to people in my district, they're sick of all of this. They're sick of all of this. They're tired of the fighting, the toxicity, and the partisanship. They want us to work together to get stuff done. And the very first thing that Republicans are doing, they're making this place even more polarized, more toxic, and more dysfunctional. Republicans want to double down on the political infighting and the extremism. Even these rules are designed to ram through their extremism. Look closely at the bills that they are paving the way for. Anyone notice what is missing? They're not doing a single thing they promised to do. They ran on the economy. They talked about egg prices and gas. You know, where is that today? Nothing for workers, nothing to lower food prices, nothing about rent prices or helping people buy homes, nothing about inflation or prescription drugs, nothing on creating jobs, nothing on the economy. Someone should ask, what happened to all their promises? Was it all BS? And look at the people that they're putting in power. First of all, they're turning the White House cabinet into a junk drawer full of out-of-touch billionaires and insiders. Nobody who understands the struggles of regular people. His Treasury Secretary, a billionaire. His Education Secretary, a billionaire. All of his top secretaries, Health and Human Services, Energy, Interior. I mean, come on. This is a cabinet of millionaires and billionaires. These people don't pump their own gas. These people don't buy their own groceries. These are total trust fund babies that take helicopters to work, totally out of touch with reality. That's who Republicans are putting in charge. And here's the deal, and here's the reality. Democrats didn't win the last election, and we need to own that. We need to make changes from the ground up. We need to make sure we are of, by, and for the people. We need to do a better job of taking on corporate special interests. But let me be clear, we are not giving up. We are going to show up, and we are going to do what we were sent here to do. We will work with Speaker Johnson when we can, but we will not allow this House to become a rubber stamp for his extremist policies that help insiders and benefit millionaires and billionaires at the expense of everyone else. The American people deserve a hell of a lot better. And I promise you, Democrats will fight for a Congress that works for everyone, not just the powerful, not just the wealthy or the well-connected, but for everyone. That is our commitment and that is our promise. I yield back my time, Mr. Speaker, and I urge a no vote on this package.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to remind the ranking member that November brought us a House Republican majority, a Senate Republican majority, and President-elect Donald Trump. And we have work to do, and we are going to move forward. But before we do, I just want to, in response to the ranking member, I wanted to clear up a few things that he's been complaining about. The 118th Congress had numerous challenges, but that doesn't diminish the work that was accomplished to broaden the voices from the highest ranking to the rank and file by loosening a number of holdover provisions from the previous majority, enabling then Speaker Pelosi to maintain a vice-like grip over the House. In addition, it is important to highlight that the 118th Congress considered 83 structured rules, a 40% increase from the Democrat-controlled 117th Congress. For closed rules, more context is needed, as over a third of those closed rules were because no amendments were offered, making the rules closed by definition. Also, when it comes to amendments, while the minority may want to highlight the number, I'm sorry, you interrupted?
I asked, would you yield?
No.
Okay.
I'm finishing my closing.
Time. She may resume.
Thank you. When it comes to the amendments, while the minority may want to highlight the number of blocked amendments, this does not take into account amendments that were not eligible for consideration because of the points of order that lay against them. And it is important to highlight that over 3,000 amendments that were made in order in the 118th Congress, over 1,000 of which were bipartisan or minority-led amendments. But we are really here to move forward. And I want to again congratulate Speaker Johnson, and I am excited to get to work and deliver results for the American people. That is why I support this rules package. This package includes 12 rules that set the tone for House Republicans to hit the ground running and deliver on our commitment to the American people. These bills will help secure our borders, protect our communities, counter China's influence, and restore sanity in the federal government. Part of this package includes a bill that prevents federal funding from going to illegal aliens in sanctuary jurisdictions. An overwhelming number of voters chose to support President Trump's plan to remove certain illegal aliens from our country, states, and cities that choose to ignore the will of the people and violate federal law should not receive federal funding. I am particularly eager to vote for a bill that protects newborns. It requires healthcare practitioners to exercise the proper degree of care for an infant who survives an attempted abortion. I am not sure how anyone could oppose this legislation. It requires treatment for infants who are born alive. In addition, this rule contains a bill to protect women in sports and a bill to require proof of citizenship to register to vote in federal elections, things that the American people have sent us here to do. For too long, Democrats have been pushing a woke agenda that frankly benefits criminals more than our own citizens. These bills are common sense, and they are what the American people voted for. This rules package will help us move swiftly to deliver on our promise to the American people and help President Trump with his American First agenda. I look forward to voting for this rules package, and I look forward to our work ahead with Speaker Johnson, Senate Leader Thune, and President Trump. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
Question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker?
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. 15. This is a 15-minute vote.
Under Mike's leadership.
And seek recognition.
Why they
On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 210. The previous question is ordered. House will be in order. House will be in order. Shh. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk. I have a motion at the desk, Mr. Speaker.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Laurel of Connecticut moves to commit the resolution, House Resolution 5, to a select committee composed of the majority leader and the minority leader, with instructions to report the same back to the House forthwith with the following amendment. At the end of the resolution,
Clerk will suspend. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
Ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading.
Without objection, we will dispense with the reading. Without objection, the previous question is ordered on the motion to commit. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Gentlelady from Connecticut. Or I'm sorry, gentlelady from Minnesota.
Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to the order of the House of today, this will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 209, the nays are 214. The motion is not adopted. Question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Resolution is agreed to. Gentlemen from
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device pursuant to the order of the House today. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 209. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Be in order. Members, please take your conversations from the floor. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I offered a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 6, resolved that unless otherwise ordered, the hour of daily meeting of the House shall be 2 p.m. on Mondays, noon on Tuesdays, or 2 p.m. if no legislative business was conducted on the preceding Monday, noon on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and 9 a.m. on all other days of the week.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I offered a privileged concurrent resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 1, that pursuant to Clause 4, Section 5, Article 1 of the Constitution, during the 119th Congress, the Speaker of the House and the Majority Leader of the Senate, or the respective designees, acting jointly after consultation with the Minority Leader of the House and the Minority Leader of the Senate, may notify the members of the House and the Senate, respectively, to assemble at a place outside the District of Columbia if, in their opinion, the public interest shall warrant it.
Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to. Motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Purpose is the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that during the 119th Congress, the Speaker, Majority Leader, and Minority Leader be authorized to accept resignations and to make appointments authorized by law or by the House.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that during the 119th Congress, all members be permitted to extend their remarks and to include extraneous material within the permitted limit in that section of the record entitled Extension of Remarks.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that during the first session of the 119th Congress, 1, on legislative days of Monday and Tuesday when the House convenes pursuant to House Resolution 5, the House shall convene 2 hours earlier than the time otherwise established by the resolution for the purpose of conducting morning hour debate. Number 2, on legislative days of Wednesday and Thursday, when the House convenes pursuant to House Resolution 5, the House shall convene 2 hours earlier than the time otherwise established by the resolution for the purpose of conducting morning hour debate. Number 3, when the House convenes pursuant to an order other than House Resolution 5, the House shall convene for the purpose of conducting morning hour debate only as prescribed by such order. Number 4, the time for morning hour debate shall be allocated equally between the parties and may not continue beyond 10 minutes before the hour appointed for the resumption of the session of the House. And number 5, the form of proceeding for the morning hour debate shall be as follows: the prayer by the chaplain, the approval of the journal, and the pledge of allegiance to the flag shall be postponed until resumption of the session of the House. Initial and subsequent recognitions for debate shall alternate between the parties. Recognition shall be conferred by the Speaker only pursuant to lists submitted by the Majority Leader and by the Minority Leader. No member may address the House longer than 5 minutes, except for the Majority Leader and the Minority Leader or the Minority Whip. No legislative business shall be in order except the filing of privileged reports, and following morning hour debate, the chair shall declare a recess pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1 until the time appropriated for the resumption of the session of the House, and the Speaker may dispense with morning hour debate upon receipt of a notification described in Clause 12C of Rule 1 or upon a change in reconvening pursuant to Clause 12E of Rule 1 and notify members accordingly.
Objection.
Any more?
Is she finished? The chair announces that the Speaker has delivered to the clerk a letter dated January 3rd, 2025, listing members in the order in which each shall act as Speaker pro tem under Clause 8B3 of Rule 1. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk of the House of Representatives. Dear Mr. Clerk, I hereby designate Representative Steve Scalise of Louisiana to exercise any authority regarding assembly, reassembly, convening, or reconvening of the House pursuant to House Concurrent Resolution 1, Clause 12 of Rule 1, and any concurrent resolutions of the current Congress as may contemplate my designations of members to exercise similar authority. In the event of the death or inability of that designee, the alternate members of the House listed in the letter bearing this date that I have placed with the clerk are designated in turn for the same purpose. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker.
Chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 3rd, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Adrian Smith, the Honorable Robert Whitman, the Honorable Andy Harris, the Honorable Richard Hudson, the Honorable John Joyce, Honorable Guy Reschenthaler, the Honorable Jen Kiggins, to act as Speaker pro tempore to sign and roll bills and joint resolutions through the remainder of the 119th Congress. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House.
Without objection, the appointments are approved. Chair lays before the House communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Under Clause 2G of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, I herewith designate Ms. Lisa P. Grant, Deputy Clerk, Ms. Sarah Meyer, Legal Counsel, and Ms. Cheryl H. Mueller, Chief Human Resources Officer, to sign any and all papers and perform all other acts for me under the name of the Clerk of the House, for which they would be authorized to do by virtue of this designation, except such as are provided by statute, in case of my temporary absence or disability. This designation shall remain in effect for the 119th Congress or until modified by me. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk of the House of Representatives.
The Chair customarily takes this occasion at the outset of a Congress to announce his policies with respect to particular aspects of the legislative process. The Chair will insert in the record announcements concerning, first, privileges on the floor; second, introduction of bills and resolutions; third, unanimous consent requests for the consideration of legislation; fourth, recognition for 1-minute speeches; fifth, recognition for special order speeches; sixth, decorum in debate; seventh, conduct of votes by electronic device; eighth, use of handouts on the House floor; ninth, use of electronic equipment on the House floor; and 10th, use of the chamber and Capitol facilities. These announcements, where appropriate, will reiterate the origins of the stated policies. The Chair intends to continue in the 119th Congress the policies reflected in these statements. The policy announced in the 102nd Congress with respect to jurisdictional concepts related to Clauses 5A of Rule 21, tax and tariff measures, will continue to govern but need to be reiterated as it is adequately documented as precedent in the House Rules and Manual. Without objection, the announcements will be printed in the record. Under Clause 5D of Rule 20, the Chair announces to the House that the whole number of the House stands at 434. The Chair lays before the House the following privileged concurrent resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 1. Section 1, Reauthorization of Joint Committee. Effective from January 3, 2025, the Joint Committee created by Senate Concurrent Resolution 34, 118th Congress, to make the necessary arrangements for the inauguration of the President-elect and the Vice President-elect of the United States, is continued with the same power and authority provided in that resolution. Section 2, Use of the Capitol. Effective from January 3, 2025, the provisions of the Senate Concurrent Resolution 35, 118th Congress, to authorize the use of the Rotunda and Emancipation Hall of the Capitol by the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies in connection with the proceedings and ceremonies conducted for the inauguration of the President-elect and the Vice President-elect of the United States, are continued with the same power and authority provided in that resolution. Passed the Senate January 3, 2025.
Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The Chair lays before the House the following privileged concurrent resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 2, resolved that the two houses of Congress shall meet in the hall of the House of Representatives on Monday, the 6th day of January 2025 at 1 o'clock post-meridian, pursuant to the requirements of the Constitution and laws relating to the election of President and Vice President of the United States. The President of the Senate shall be their presiding officer. The two tellers shall be previously appointed by the President of the Senate on the part of the Senate and two by the Speaker on the part of the House of Representatives, to whom shall be handed, as they are opened by the President of the Senate, and all the certificates and papers purporting to be certificates of the electoral votes, which certificates and papers shall be opened, presented, and acted upon in alphabetical order of the states, beginning with the letter A. And said tellers, having then read the same in the presence and hearing of the two houses, shall make a list of the votes as they shall appear from said certificates. And the votes have been ascertained and counted in the matter and according to the rules by law provided. The result of the same shall be delivered to the President of the Senate, who shall thereupon announce the state of the vote, which announcement shall be deemed as sufficient declaration of the persons, if any, elected President and Vice President of the United States, and together with a list of the votes, be entered on the journals of the two houses. Passed the Senate January 3, 2025.
Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to take from the Speaker's table the concurrent resolution S-Con Res 3 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 3, concurrent resolution authorizing the use of the rotunda of the Capitol for the lying in state of the remains of the late James Earl Carter, Jr., 39th President of the United States.
Is there objection to the request of the gentlelady from Minnesota? Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Chair announces the Speaker's reappointment pursuant to Senate Concurrent Resolution 1, 119th Congress, and the order of the House of today of the following members on the part of the House to the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana, Mr. Scalise of Louisiana, Mr. Jeffries of New York.
Does the gentlelady from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at noon on Monday next.
Without objection.
I move to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon on Monday,